gun rounds again. CBT did win. So, for the most part, looking flawless. Maybe going to be an even better scoreline than CBT had on them on that Haven map. And Sharper, once again, finding the opening picks here. We talked about it on Haven, where in the first half, they really struggled to find an opening pick. I think they only had like one for one round in the entire half at the most, one or two. But right now, they're really good at finding these entries, and that's been helping them quite a lot, especially on these executes now, as the A site is completely filled with every single player on the board. So it's going to make that -1 for side of CBT.
2 versus 5 mana match, heavily in favor of Sharper. Alex team again with another pick. And winner, Loki Q, they're just going to be saving. This is just not the ideal situation for them in any stretch of the imagination. That is a 7-point deficit. There's only a couple rounds left on the first half, and this is not looking good for CBT.
This is a complete shift, new leaf turn here by Sharper. I don't say by CBT, but not really too good for them. Low QQ obviously goes down. Yuhuuy there. It's on to Winner, who's once again the last one left alive. He's going to find Pinocchio's, but that gives his position away. He realizes all he's going to have to do here is try and lock them in with him. He gets that one pick, gonna swing, but he dies just in the nick of time. Yuhuuy gets a 4K, and that was a gun round, mind you, here coming from Sharper, and they look really refined in this bind map.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, once they're really comfortable, they take on a different form. This is the Sharper we've come to expect. This is the Sharper that we respect and admire very much so. And we saw shades of this in the previous map when they sort of found their stride on the attacking side. But now that they're starting on the attacking side, they seem like a completely different team compared to last time. Definitely more refined as Yuhuuy gets an opening 2K onto Floki, Q, and Rainy.
Yuanger's got something to say about it. He's like, I'm a raise 2, I can entry frag, let me get one of my own for the team. And that he does here in Pinocchio. But CBT, they're still down 1 man, and of course they don't have the weapons in their favor. In the meantime, you know, Sharper pretty much in the driver's seat. Hookah, I like this call for them to hold on to Hookah for the meantime and maybe use it in the post plant to their advantage. They don't have to really aggress right now. They can let this plant go on down, maybe find a follow-up afterwards. But Beta still finds that smoke through his own, the kill rather, through his own smoke. Winner goes down. It's a 4v2. I'm not sure what they can really do as Yuhuuy and Berlin, they got Judge in the Phantom, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
Oh, needs this place right there. It does have a satchel to get into safety. Beta. This is Berlin, but Yuhuuy gets a 2K to trade him off. Oh, gets a 3K. You have enough time.
There he goes.
Not XD with that lineup. Perfect. I mean, it was such a valiant effort, right, Black? But just not enough.
You see, he kind of felt like he had to burn the showstopper there, and I can't blame him for it. You know, at that point, you're maybe expecting he could be in the smoke, he could be in long. Well, he was right. If it was a ladder one, the thing is he was all the way on the fountain with that lineup, and with him at 1 HP, as soon as that thing lands, you're pretty much dead. You can't really get away from that. So, Sharper, really, really good, to say the very least, from them in this opening half on bind. And you know, CBT, they actually picked this map yesterday versus Brand Esports, which obviously went into a 6-map series. And I feel like Sharper, knowing that even though this might be one of CBT's good maps, that's why they picked this, they probably watched the VOD yesterday and realized, okay, this is what we gotta do, this is what we gotta adjust into. We know how they play on both their defense, and at least for the meantime for their defense. Let's see if they can continue that on their offense, because right now, if they can get a 10-2 at the very least, even if they lose this round, it's gonna be the exact same story, the tale that CBT did to them on Haven.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. That kind of makes a lot of sense. A lot of last-minute homework needs to be done for the final exam the next day. I mean, at least for me, that's what happened way back when I was in school. Not really a good example for you youngins out there, but Yuhuuy holding down the angle over here onto A short boosted on APC. He will get thrown out though. does get spotted out right there. Quay trying to make an entry with that showstopper. Let's see if it connects.
Oh, I think he might have got stunned by one of the Seekers there off of the ultimate from the sky. Alert does get that pick off in Berlin. That's huge for them to get in this point. For that Viper to go down, that's a lot of the holding, the controlling power taken away from the CBT defense. And on this last final round of the half, can CBT bring this scoreline a hair closer? They do got that smoke some showers. Yuhuuy checking this angle. He does find that opening pick, although the orbital strike will keep him at bay, but Flow22 is going to find one of his own here in the not XD. Pinocchio's on the swing. He's going to burn down, melting down in the incendiary. 2v4 cannot stop the defuse from happening. Alert's going to find one, but to no avail. Will they get it? They're going to get the kills at the end, but not the round. The CBT get the final round of the half.
At the very least, they ended with a 10-2 scoreline. Not at all the scoreline that you want to see if you were CBT. But, you know, what else can I say? This is not 12-0. But really, what they can do here, if they win the first couple of rounds, it'll be 10-4. If they figure out what they need to do on the attacking end, who knows? We might even see an incredible comeback happen here. But highly unlikely for CBT to mount a comeback here. Sharper looking very strong. Can they translate their success onto the defensive end? Well, it's time to find out.
It's 10-2 once more. Seems like the Twitch director is on full swing, but I guess the caveat here and the silver lining for CBT is that unlike Sharper, who only won the first 2 rounds of the opening half earlier on in Haven, this time they win the last round, so maybe they can bring that momentum. But speaking of, they're pushing right behind them. They got caught off guard. They had no idea this was going to happen. And Sharper just full confidence ahead. And this is what I talked about with CBT as well last time on that panel, when you have that advantage, when you have such a big lead, you can take these confident plays and even lose a round. It doesn't matter because you can actually shake him up for a swing. Yuhuuy gets one of his own. This round might just be over. And it does. CBT just shutting him down at the final 1v1. Sharper, I like the initiative, but that's what we talked about, Viminal. When you have that lead, you can do those type of nasty plays and something you'd never expect.
Oh my gosh, Yuhuuy. And this guy, you don't want to mess with him when he's angry, but that was just an incredible play with a classic at that. Granted, he did have 2 paint shells because he was able to get a multi-kills right off the bat. Really well played by Yuhuuy. You know, these types of hero plays are what CBT needs to wake up and try to mount a comeback, if at all possible, at this point in time. But you made a very good point there, Sharper. They're not afraid to play very, very proactively.
The Roomba flipped through the wall, through the corner. He's trying to bounce it off of the corner, but doesn't go his way. Yuhuuy, you got that final clutch, the kill with a classic, and classically, with a classic, you got it with a jumping right click. So,
love it.
That's how these things typically go. Barely safe from that recon ball, the wave of it, and Rainies finds a pick off on the Pinocchios here, and even with that pick, I like the fact that Sharper aren't necessarily rotating just yet. Okay, never mind, but they sent Alert there to try and back the side up, and I think this is the right decision, although Quet is very committed to this, and he finds an opening pick on Yuhuuy. The second almost lining up for him too.
Oh my, crispy! One taps.
Great dodge on the flash too. They have yet to flush him out of here, and with Beta being inside the TP, he's got a bucket, rather a shorty though. Classic. Okay, left clicks this time, and they're doing this quite thrifty for Sharper. 2 versus 1 right now. It's all on the Flow22 to keep him alive, sailing down the stream. But Sharper, for the meantime, did retrieve the weapons for the most part, and this might just be another thrifty coming in from Sharper.
It still is winnable for Flow22, despite being the man disadvantage. This is a 2v1. Doesn't have full armor at this point in time, but they could just simply double peek him right here and now. Flow22. Oh, with the spray, getting a 2k to secure 4th point on the board for CBT. That was pretty messy, all things considered, but what matters is they got a point on the board. But I'm pretty sure Sharper right here will have the gun advantage.
Unfortunate for Sharper. They lined up for him. All he had to do, and that's where the Spectre is so deadly. When you're up close, like on Lamps there or in Hookah, they just swing and line up for you. Everything going their way. Kue, though, we cannot put a slight on how great these shots were. Such a good effort from him, but unfortunate for Sharper. CBT do they get that round, but CBT finally, okay, answering back, and maybe that final round that they did win in the first half, that momentum, while there's no economy, that they can bring into the second half, obviously, nor weapons, the positive momentum that they gained in that round to kind of get their mental state back into the game definitely helping. Who knows, this might be the beginning of a long-winded match.
See how this round will play out here. Again, Sharper Esports, they do have full buys on their side. For the side of CBT, however, one of them are going to be on spec. Pinocchio gets an opening pick on Rainy and Yuhuuy. Looking pretty good so far for Sharper. It's going to be a 5v3, heavily in favor of Sharper.
That corner is very well bangable, and Berlin finding a double of his own. A double pick either way for either side, Sharper and CBT. And now Berlin has just completely opened things up here. The potential is mesmerizing. Beta on the back of the side, they know where he is. He's got an incendiary to try and fold him on back. Great lineup there to hold it down, but he's still going to win the fight, winner on the opposing Brimstone. And with this coming on here, CBT, they're in a 1v3, kicked off here by Berlin.
That was quite a strange outcome. I wasn't really expecting that 5v3 would turn into a 1v3 in favor of CBT, but alas, here we are. Alert will be saving that rightfully so.
You say rightfully so.
Rightfully so. Not rightfully so.
I thought you were making a pun rather. Maybe. I gotta use that one day. Alert. Alarm bot. I'm alone
Alert.
here. Alert.
Alert. That's what it says on like Icebox. Intruder alert. But
Oh, does
whatever. Yeah. I digress.
Nerds.
Nerds. Well, I mean, this is what we do all day long, so I bet you I'm a nerd. But if you're watching all day long, you're probably a nerd too, so touche.
Yeah. Touche. You're just like us. So
One of us. Never mind. CBT tactical timeout is underway. This is a really good time for that. You know, you gotta take a breather when you're starting to come back like this. Gotta figure out what they're gonna do. Take a breather, keep your head in the game. However, this could also give SP an opportunity to, you know, make a strat for themselves and figure out some sort of counterplay to stop the momentum from CBT from being too overwhelming. Actually, it's going to be a technical timeout, not a tactical one. So, just wait and see.
I'm honestly not sure if the same rule applies to VCT, but in many a game, and I honestly should know this for VCT, in many a game when it's a technical timeout, you're technically not allowed to speak to your coach.
Yeah.
In some, you're not even allowed to speak to your teammates. So if that's the case, then maybe at the very least, this is kind of a mental break, right? You can speak to yourself, right? Tell yourself, yo.
Introspective.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the more important thing, you know? It can be quite hard to see what you're doing from a third-person perspective, so look into yourself, see what you think you need to change, what you need to do for the team, and then try and apply that. When it goes into regulation once again, into right before, like during the buy phase, then you can actually talk once more. So Yuhuuy, you might not have economy on him, but winner can drop. For the most part, a full gun round across the board, at least here for CBT. Sharper, not as fortunate. Only alert with that Phantom in hand. Pinocchio with the Marshal. He's on hunting season. You can definitely at least hear him, if not see him. So he's having fun with that for the meantime.
Yeah. Looking like it is. Still in the middle of a technical timeout, but as soon as we sort those issues, then it seems like SP is going to be in. For another rough round. This could be easily a 10-6 scoreline. Although Pinocchio's does have his Seekers online, so they could try to make a play, perhaps be able to pick up a gun for themselves and turn the tide, at least for this round.
I mean, what they say, the king tide comes with the king itself. If CBT can suddenly raise the shores here to the beaches of Sharper, and they might just be thrown in, because this Sea Challenger playoffs looking tighter than ever. We're going back into regulation. Excuse that technical timeout banner. throw it off the screen. Let's get into round number 16. So many pines, so many rides.
Nothing wrong with that. Berlin.
Oh, I like it.
Okay, when? Okay, that's not something you see every day, but I'm pretty sure Beta had a good laugh out of that one as well.
Hey, I mean, he went for the headbutt, which is totally illegal in football. And speaking of, apparently, Sentinels, they signed a very famous football player. So,
yeah, I saw that one. It's a bit of a meme right now, and I'm not sure why, but they're gearing for a slow 8-take here. Pretty much a classic straightforward 8-take for the side of CBT, just clearing off that left angle. Dagger is out. Entry is underway.
Oh, great dodge by Alert, but cannot confirm the kill afterwards. Berlin! He's certainly on the road to his own name with a triple kill, opening up the site, and there's nothing they could have done to stop him. This man is angry, and Quez is the last one left alive. 2 from Ultimate Orb. Maybe he can find a pick or 2 here to get him 1 closer and use that on the next round. But for the most part, this round is a wash. This round is done. 1v5. I don't like to call the action before it happens, but okay, you find that pick on winner who wasn't even looking your way, but I'm not sure about this, Chief. So 1v4 hasn't worked out for them so far just yet.
Does have that info, gets another pick onto Berlin, but everybody knows he's over there in short. The flash is out, dodges the flash. Only has barely 15 seconds left, and he still have so many utilities on the other end. I'm feeling quite sorry for Quay right now. Had to just run away. He has no time.
Well, he did exactly what he had to in that situation, you know? Take a rifle maybe. Nice pick here on the Rainy. Get that ultimate up online, get at least 2 frags, and he got 3 right now. He just made it a bit more expensive for Sharper. And honestly, while he might not win the round, it matters a lot more than some people might think to make it more expensive for the enemy team, especially in a game like this when you're only 4 rounds under Sharper. Imagine this, they win this round, Sharper are on an eco, that's 10-7, quickly 10-8. If CBT win that, the comeback might just happen. So really, really good here for CBT, and for him to find all those picks, very, very nice.
Absolutely, there, black and blue. Seems like the rest of CBT trying to switch gears here. You have the toxic screen deployed over there onto a short, blocking just the screen side. A little bit of heaven there, but right now they're just playing for picks. They're default position, just gathering intel, waiting for Sharper to try and assert early aggression here. Seems like that's what they have in mind. Let's see if it'll pay off in their favor.
Because of that information taken there towards, you know, the A lobby, towards showers, now it lets them kind of guess and figure out that Fountains is probably clear, especially with the earlier flash dodge there coming on in. Nobody getting blinded by that, no hit confirm on that. That kind of tells them, okay, we can go for the flank, and their timing, perfect. I don't think they were even expecting this to happen, but their timing perfect here for the side of Sharper. I don't think CBT have any idea about this. They're none the wiser on what's happening.
Basically going to be coming in from all directions here. Quay gets a pick onto winner. CBT Yuhuuy trades him out, but noted. And Pinocchio's gets a pick of their own. Rainy gets the trade. It's going to be a 2v2 situation here, black and blue.
That was perfect on the flank there coming from Quay and Pinocchio. He pied the corner perfectly. It does not land the showstopper. Full QQ finding one of his own. It's a 1v1 here right now. Alert gang that one off. The plant will happen here coming from CBT's Rainy all the way on the B site, and he doesn't have any utility to hold on to this. All he's going to have is that knife to suppress the abilities here of Alert, which, to be quite honest with you, is huge when you're going up against a Sova. So 1v1 clutch. Do Sharper get one step closer to that match point, or can CBT make this comeback happen?
Take a look at this. I'd like the angle from Rainy. However, Alert is going to be passing through Garden. Just wants to clear out Octagon just to be sure. What a scenic camera angle. But Alert is running out of time, throws it onto Elbow. Clears out backside, so he knows it's going to be a hookup, but there's not enough time left. Rainy exits the site, as does Alert. But he doesn't make it out there. 10-7, CBT, they're making the comeback happen. Remember, this was a 10-2 scoreline, guys. They're only 3 rounds away from tying it up.
I told you, the one difference between the 10-2 that we observed here in this map compared to the 10-2 that we saw last map was that the CBT, that one round, aside from the other one that they won, one of the rounds that they did win was the final round of the half. And that matters a lot in some of these kind of comeback situations where you at least win the final round of the half so that you can transfer that positive momentum that you have and that positive mentality, whatever kind of I guess good vibes that you build up in that one round into the next half. And that's exactly what we're doing here, CBT. And as I said, if they lose that round sharper, they're going to be on eco. This could very easily be a 10-8, and at that point it's anybody's game.
Absolutely. CBT playing it safe, love the discipline, love the restraint here. And Sharper again looking a little bit lost in terms of response here. I mean, they had such a good opportunity in that round. They were coming in from all angles, but eventually just CBT playing out the time. It seems they're going to be committing any second now. Clock is ticking. 50 seconds left on clock. It appears that some of them will be taking down shower control. Alert is going to be on that cheeky corner. Without doubt, he's going to be checked.
Rainey's doing the same thing here though. Knife on out. He knows where he is, and the wall bang not even gonna come in early. But they do get the round at least. I mean, the pickoff should be the round at this point. 2v4. Can Quay do it again? We saw him do such a good job, but he's down very low, and the blast back's gonna kill him. You don't see that every day. Winner's gonna confirm the round, and now CBT, well, they're on the field, and the ball might just be theirs.
We thought that was all she wrote for CBT earlier on the first half, Black and Blue. But we could be in for one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen thus far in the group stages. I mean, the 10-2 scoreline, now it's 10-8. Can you imagine if CBT actually makes this a 2-0?
Wow. I mean, we talked about it right on the panel, Vim. If they don't get a 2-0 here against Sharper, then they might already be locked out of the playoffs. Just a cold hard fact. They have to go at the very least 1-for-1, and they already did that on that opening map. If they win this and come back against this, I'm not feeling too hot about Sharper going into the playoffs, to be quite honest with you. I don't know if that's something you're going to be able to do, especially with one of the matchups that they have to go through going to be Brand Esports later in this week.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there, 100% Black and Blue. This is very telling. This matchup is very telling of the story of how it's going to unfold, at least for Group A. So, tactical timeout in favor of Sharper. It's about damn time. It's a 6-round consecutive victory for CBT. That's absolutely insane. And definitely got to figure out what to do differently here. I'm thinking, maybe an operator for the side of Sharper Esports. Try to punish those autonomous plays. The default positioning from CBT. If you notice, they've been pretty autonomous in how they spread out around the map. You can punish that by using an operator.
I have to agree, but for them to be on the defensive side and not be pulling that operator on out, it makes me wonder if perhaps they're just uncomfortable doing it without having that jet,
Yeah, could
Some
be.
players might be proficient at the operator, but they don't want to do it unless they're playing on jet specifically. But Yuhuuy, he doesn't mind about that. Gonna run through the smoke, finding a double opener on the site. I'm telling you, man, CBT, they're making it happen. And Rainey gets a third. Now Quay answering back. This man is prime time. He's showtime. And he finds a double opener here, at least to get back into the rhythm of things. Suddenly, Sharper have a chance.
Oh my gosh. The comeback is real, my friends. It's going to be a 2v2 though. If Quay can pull this off and not XD, then it could pretty much be a nail in coffin for CBT. But if otherwise, I'm definitely worried for them.
Oh, tried to do something cheeky there, but CBT finally confirmed the kill and the round in the 2v2. I mean, for the meantime, Sharper, man, their lead washed away. Their economy down the drain. Wall Street wouldn't be happy with that. CBT are a single round away from tying this on up, and Sharper, they're going to have to go on an eco here. The most they can buy is maybe some pistols, some armor, utility, but no real guns on the board. Can they thriftily hold on to this lead?
We're going to look at a 10-10 scoreline without a shadow of doubt. Unless Sharper can pull off a miracle, CBT has made the comeback happen. Add insult to injury, Black and Blue. The secrets are out.
Oh my dear, he ate the most of that at the very least here for alert. Let those alarms go off in his head. 3 picks from 3 different players so far here coming from CBT. And Yuhuuy might just find his second, and he does on the beta. Pinocchio, the last one left alive. No one here. No Geronimo to save him. It's a 1v5. I'm not sure about this one. You might be able to find a pick off here with the Sheriff at that range. He's a cracked shot, yes, but with him down on 10 HP, you can't heal yourself a Sky. By the way, you might have full utility, but what does that really matter at the end of things? All he's got to do here is maybe find a pick and die afterwards.
Pinocchio's right here. He's trying to go for that exit frag, but he's not going to be able to find any. Just going to offer his life to the spike, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, you can see CBT, you're not even going to give that one pick off up.
Yeah.
Trying to go through the TP, but just a second too late. Would have made it on the other side. Although, you can also see that CBT, they were waiting for him just in case that's exactly what he did. To spray through those doors. CBT, they've made the comeback happen here for them. And while we might have written off, as you said, CBT earlier coming into the second half, said there's a silver lining, and, well, they just turned that into gold.
And if you take a look at the scoreboard right now, it's just the complete opposite of what happened. And it's just phenomenal to see. Just goes to show that anything can happen here at the Southeast Asian stage. This, of course, is group stage day number 2. This is his 4th match of the day, if I'm not mistaken. And Wagger making an entry onto Hookah, pre-firing that angle. Multiple agents are suppressed onto the backside. Yuhuuy makes an entry onto Quay using that showstopper. This could be the moment that CBT finally takes the lead away from Sharper Black and Blue.
All signs are looking to tell that exact story as CBT find a double opener here on the site. And let me tell you, they started off this round with their lowest economy player having 6,000 at the very least in terms of credits. And that just means even if they lose like 2 rounds after this, they're going to be able to full buy up. It doesn't matter for them. And that's a huge thing that Sharp are going to have to deal with. Especially with CBT winning this, they're going to have at the very least, especially after this flawless round, like 8,000 credits on their side. They can do anything they want, and they're going to have the full economy to support whatever endeavor they try and do from now on.
Check this out. Conversely, for the side of Sharper, they cannot afford to lose any guns whatsoever. Notice going to be trying to hold on to that beta. Does get a double kill, holding on to his gun. But Berlin and Winner goes down, actually. But that's okay, because as he mentioned, you know, CBT does have the economy to spare.
So let's look at that money. Show me your wallet. What you got in that pocket? Give me your lunch money. CBT right now, well, they're making a snack out of the second half of Sharper. You see, even after a full buy-up, they've got like 4,000, almost 5,000 credits on some of these players. And if they lose this one, they can continue to buy up once again. No problem at all. And that is a huge thing Sharper are going to have to deal with in regulation. Maybe if they win 2 rounds here, Sharper, that's the only time that CBT will be in kind of a bad spot economically. But at that point, when you have match point, who knows what can happen.
At the very least, Quay, Pinocchios, they do have their ultimates. It's now or never. You don't want to play for overtime. You better use it at this round. I'm pretty sure they're banking on this. They did buy up or not XD despite him just being on a Bulldog. A couple of them are on half armor. Quay no longer have armor, but Beta with a quick 2K. This goes 3K. Oh my gosh, Yuhuuy though ends his tirade.
You might have angered him, but I'm not sure if a hot head and a hot hand is going to be enough to make this comeback happen in 2v4. We've seen him do some very valiant effort at doing exactly that, but they've yet to prove it so far. A bit of a heal coming up in his favor. He's got some blast packs, but quite a bit of away from that ultimate. Gets the pick here in alert. That's huge, but the Lamp's position held down by not XD. To trade him from Flow 2Q, it's a 1v2. He's got flashes. He's got full utility for the most part to try and clutch this one on out. No ultimate, which would have really helped in this case, but he does get the plant on down. There is a hope, a chance here for CBD to clutch this out.
Broken dreams right there, Mr. Black and Blue. We are once again at a tie scoreline. 11-11. Looks like a flash sale for Sharper Esports.
You know what's happening, Vim? I think the script said by the Twitch director to make this a very exciting game. Because we need one. We need an overtime game for today. We don't have an overtime just yet. This might be it.
That might be it. I mean, Beta coming in clutch. This guy really looking like an alpha. This one.
11-11. Most equal scoreline you could ask for. The difference is here. CBT did lose this. They have one more round to buy on up. Sharper, not the same story. They're going to have to go on an eco. And at that point, who knows what's going to happen. Sharper, a lot. CBT, even if they lose this once again, they can contest that match point with guns of their own. So a bit more leeway here, even though it is 11-11 for the side of CBT.
And check this out. Alert is actually on an operator now, black and blue. And this may catch CBT off guard.
Yeah, it might be the perfect time to pull it off here, especially when you're getting to the final 2 rounds of regulation. Round number 23. We've got one more after this for match point. We're definitely going to go into the final round of the game. So, CBT wanting to buy their time for the right amount. Not getting a bit too aggressive, not getting ahead of themselves so far just yet. Initially trying to see what they could find towards that B short position, but it seems like they're getting ready to lock and load into the alpha site. We're in. First contact here, really up close, will be not XD with that Bulldog.
I mean, here's the thing. They were trying to funnel them onto A short here. And yeah, really great use. Really great pull there, but Berlin will be able to take down not XD. And that's the problem with the operator. When he does get a pick, Floki Q is off the board. When you're trying to deal with all those smokes and a double controller, it's pretty tough using that up from that angle. The Rainy takes out Pinocchio's. Berlin takes down Beta.
That fadeaway shot almost landed actually onto the Heaven player, but Showstopper on out, not going to land on the Lamps player. He's a bit too deep for him to reach in that moment. Berlin's going to find one. It's a 1v3. CBT, are they about to take the lead here once again? Quay finding the kill on the winner. They're way removed from the situation here. He's going to have to push him to try and take him off of the plant. But now 6 HP on the Quay. There's no more time to do. And Yuhuuy just secured match point. The comeback team here on CBT making it happen. And they're 1 away from sweeping the series 2-0.
Such an incredible fashion, black and blue, defying everyone's expectations coming into this one. This must be so heartbreaking for Sharper right now. They're fighting for overtime at a 10-2 scoreline that happened on the start of the second half. Almost unimaginable, but it does happen. And unfortunately, Sharper is on the receiving end of that one. Let's see if CBT can close this out. Yuhuuy is going to be on an operator of his own. Look at this. A couple of SD's members are going to be on SMGs. It's not really the ideal situation for them at all.
All hands on deck here for Sharper. Using that ultimate to cut off the A-short position, which has been problematic for Sharper to hold on to here, at least in the second half. And so CBT, they got those Seekers up online, and Yuhuuy is 1 away from the Showstopper, and he's been very proficient at that. So Sharper have to try and minimize that impact. And Quay, the only Vandal on his team, the only guy with a rifle on the side of Sharper, finds an opening pick, a desperate one, if anything.
Quay, keeping the dream alive for Sharper. At the very least, they do have the man advantage. CBT Berlin is going to be hard-pressed to push the Viper spin onto A short. But they do have the idea of close. He's not going to be checking that corner. Berlin trades him out, though.
Spectre does get one. Berlin finding the trade-off. Alert. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place. Almost winning the fight versus Float, but he's going to get it at the end. 3 versus 3. The plant is on default. Quay pushing on in. He's got the Vandal in hand. And as they find the trade here, at least Rainy does shut Pinocchio's out. No more flashes up online. He finds a second here, Rainy. And Rainy confirms around the series. And what a comeback. The best comeback we've had so far here at the C Challengers group stages. CBT sweep the series 2-0 at the final round of regulation.
CBT defying the limits. Defying all expectations. Coming in from that 10-2 scoreline on the first half, they flipped it around. How the tables have turned. in their favor. What an incredible victory, an incredible end to this series. 2-0 in favor of CBT.
I don't think anybody could have expected that. We kind of predicted to go 1-for-1, right? But still, CBT, what a comeback they just pulled off. One of the most incredible comebacks we've seen this entire weekend. Although we're only on day number 2. That just goes to show how much there is to go. My hair is shaking and very messy because I was just completely thrown for a loop at the end of that. Look at this one, 13-11 Vim, 1.9 KDA from Quay. He did so good. But in the end, it's a team effort that won CBT the game.
It's just a concerted effort all around. And of course, you can't undervalue the mental fortitude required to mount a comeback in that manner. Basically, a reversal of fortune right there. But Yuhuuy, definitely the team MVP right there. And, you know, this whole lineup, really, concerted effort, everyone doing their part, filling in their role. It was just pretty much beautiful Valorant on that comeback.
Oh, geez Louise. By the book, textbook from CBT. That, for them to win the final round of the first half, meant so much for them in terms of the mental game that they had going to the second half. They're able to bring that positive momentum, you know, not having to go down in the first half with bad vibes going into the second. And they just completely made that 10-2 comeback seem possible every step of the way. You kind of never really doubted that this might be a wash, at least when it came to the second half after winning a few rounds, because you felt something in the air. Something seemed to have changed for CBT, and fortunately for them, went in their way.
Again, it's just totally unexpected. We all thought it was going to be 1-1, but no, CBT will not be denied. We got more action for you coming up next after this short break. to Group Stage Day 2. Viminal coming at you live, real wild on the hosty side of things with Azurai and Illustrato. Fine gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Man, that was such a crazy series. You know, I have a lot to say about it because obviously I tested the game, but what are your thoughts, quick thoughts about what transpired? Azurai, starting with you.
I just loved how aggressive and cracked both the Raze players were on that second map. Quet and Rainy showing to us that there are some players that can really shift the tide for teams, and both of them are. Another thing that I kind of witnessed as well is there seems to be a heavy favor on the attacking side for both teams, whether it was on the Haven or Bind map. So that's my thoughts about it.
I really think that Sharper were starting to get a little bit too carried away with their aggression.
Right.
Especially towards that pistol. I thought that they had it then, but after an amazing play from Yuhuuy, who was honestly through and through an amazing player all throughout the series, was able to bring things back and shut down that momentum, forcing them to sort of reset and play a little bit more respectful of CBT, and that's what happened in the end.
You know, arguably, if they could have took that pistol round, that would have been a nail in the coffin. But again, Illustrato, can you elaborate on the group standings right now? Where do we stand right here now?
Well, all right. I think the biggest thing that's taken into consideration is what happened exactly in Group A. As we saw CBT taking a win 2-0 up against Sharper. That just means that basically Ego has, I think at this point, very little chance at qualifying. They've already lost 2 games already. There's very little that they can do. However, Bren, they're almost secure. They haven't got it in lock. If that series actually went to a 1-1, that would have meant that Bren Esports secured their spot in the playoffs. But because it's a 2-2, there's still a chance that tomorrow Sharper could take a 2-0 and actually beat out Bren for that spot. And of course, CBT still has some games left to play. So Group 1, it's still up in the air. But the way that things are looking right now, Bren are most certainly going to be going to the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right there. I think, Azurai, you would agree that Bren's looking pretty much unstoppable as of this moment, and the same can't be said for Sharper. It's a long shot, but it is not outside the realm of possibility.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Brent has already proven that they have what it takes to overwhelm, and actually has overwhelmed already the Group A side. For Sharper and CBT, I think we already have our metric where CBT seems to be a much more cohesive team moving forward. Sharper might be a bit rough around the edges, not going to their own namesake,
right,
but they still have a shot at this. As you're looking at this particular scoreboard, for those fans of the Thai team in the Group A particular, there still is a hope for Sharper, but CBT is looking to be a good enough second to go into these playoffs. But as you said, Vim, we still have a few more days to go, and CBT and Sharper gotta go for that right.
Yeah, Sharper, it's not over yet for them, but we have to talk about the upcoming game coming up next. It's gonna be Onyx versus 5ace, right? Let's talk a little bit about this Onyx roster. Azurai, I'm gonna throw it to you first. What do we have here?
Yeah, Onyx has just popped out of nowhere. A lot of questions about this team, a lot of questions about their star players, Monyet and HNF, and they really did perform coming in from this Group B. I think a lot of players, even myself, was a little bit curious. I did peg them as a 2-0 when they went up against Full Sense. They still did exceed expectations with a 1-1, especially when they played yesterday. And again, the utility usage on that Phoenix, pretty outstanding from this team.
On the other side, however, we do have 5ace also. Sorry, I'm just cut you in there, but
it's okay.
5ace, actually, the team that so far has proven to be, I think, a little bit underwhelming. They went 0-2 yesterday up in their game against Paper Rex, and this is basically their last chance. Going 0-2 in the group stages means that it's very difficult to come back, especially in a group that has Full Sense and Onyx in it. I mean, and Paper Rex. It's very much difficult if you don't even get a single win. 0-2, it's basically a death sentence.
Absolutely right there, Mr. Illustrato. But here, coming into this player head-to-head, very interesting comparison. 2 same agents, same roles. You got Monyet, the child prodigy, the monkey, with an ACS combat score of 238.2 versus Spring, which is at a combat score of 245.4. So very close stats right there on paper, but 2 very different impacts, I think, in terms terms of actual skill level. What do you guys think about this map, Vito?
I would probably say that Haven is definitely a lock and loaded map for Onyx as that second map going in. 5 Ace has really yet to prove that either Split or Icebox for them will be good. But I think looking at the metrics of it, Bind might be a toss-up for them. This could be possible. But again, it really depends on how well they can try to take in the offense that Onyx really loves to do, whether they're starting defending or attacking. And looking in this Bind map, it seems like 5 Ace will be on that defending side. They have to be aware that Onyx really loves to go for those aggressive pushes.
Honestly, Bind, it's the best map right here for 5 Ace. I mean, they do have a 67% win rate on it. However, let's not forget the fact that honestly, Onyx, they're not a pushover on this map themselves. They're very comfortable playing on maps like Bind and Haven. We said yesterday that they have a very common map pool. I think at this point, really, when you're a team like 5 Ace, one of the best things you can do is pull out a map like Icebox or Breeze that might throw a curveball and might make things a little bit more interesting. But if you play on a map like Bind up against a team like Onyx, it might just be a little bit more of what we saw yesterday.
I'm going to have to start off with my predictions, given with what you two said. And some very valid points to say indeed. You know what? I've doubted Onyx before in the past over here on day one, and I'm not going to do the same mistake. I think in this particular case, Onyx is going to be taking this in a quick 2-0 manner. I'm an instant fan about Onyx. I don't know about you guys, but what are your thoughts coming into this predictions?
Well, going at this fast, considering the performances that they've had during day one, I am going to be giving this straight up to Onyx 2-0 as well. I think going into the series of 2, it definitely had to be a statement game for 5 Ace. I think they have the most to prove right now, especially losing hard against PRX 2-0 from yesterday.
I agree. I really think it's got to be a 2-0 here. I mean, just looking at the way that they played up against Paper X, I feel like 5 Ace is a good team, but they're nowhere near the right level to take on the likes of Onyx here. It's going to be an upset, but if they can prove us wrong, it's going to be a great deal for the Hong Kong Taiwan region.
You know, that's just a matter of fact. On the biggest stage of them all thus far, sometimes you just get outclassed by other teams. Folks, it's about time to find out whether or not that will hold true, because it's going to be Onyx versus 5 Ace, the best of 2 series, coming up next.
Berhasil teman 3 kill Rere. Oh no.
Welcome, guys. In the second to the last series of the day, we've got 5 Ace going up against Onyx. You're joining me, Illustrato, and I'm joined currently by Ludwig van Asurai, who is currently going through his next symphony, as evidenced by his hairstyle. We are now coming into this one. Okay, I like how you casually just try to fix it. It won't work. It won't work. You can't fix bedhead. You just can't.
It's not bad, dude. I've been putting like pomade on my hair for like the past 30 minutes, and it's done like this weird loop. I don't know what's happening with my hair, man.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully I'm pixelated at the moment, so you can't really see it that much. So
I mean, we see the essence of it. It's basically you're an impressionist painting at this point in time. Okay, but coming into this game, second to the last game rather of the day. We already gave you guys our expectations, how we think that this game is going to go. Onyx heavy favorites to take this. But is there going to be a saving grace here for 5Ace? Is there a way that they can maybe sneak in a win, take some pride points? Because they're not completely in hot water. There's still a chance for them to sort of qualify. In this group, it's very unlikely. But if they can manage to get a 2-0 here, or even a 1-1, there might be a little bit of a silver lining on a dark cloud.
Again, it seems like we have such a big amount of time for the group stage since it is 4 days, but I did mention day 1 or your first debut match on the Series 2 is going to be so impactful moving forward as you try to rack up the points to qualify for playoffs. Looking into it, 5Ace might not have that chance. This is going to be their, I think, second series already. And it's going to be so difficult. That head-to-head that we had with Spring being highlighted for 5Ace, I don't think he was the real person that impacted their games during the Paper Rex match. I think it was more of Amenhola as well as Nick Pan.
Yeah.
Both of the non-duelists for us, for 5Ace here. So if those two players can work together, bring this team around, there might be some options here for 5Ace moving forward. But again, the problem lies in is that means that their duelists might be lagging behind, and Onyx, on the flip side, does not have duelists that lag behind. They are the ones that spearhead the victory, and that was, again, Monyet and HNF always at the helm, taking sides, taking names, and taking bodies in their wake.
You know, come to think of it, Asarai, their matchup against Paper Rex, that might have actually been the easiest matchup that they will have the entire tournament long. I mean, who else? They're going to go up against Onyx, and then they're going to go up against Full Sense. It's just not looking pretty. I mean, arguably, sure, Paper Rex is a great team, but they seem to be hit and miss lately, as opposed to Onyx, who has been on the rise, and Full Sense, who is Full Sense. I don't really see an out here for 5Ace, but if there is any miracles, and we've seen a couple of them here today, just in the previous game alone, in a heroic comeback from CBT, maybe we can see a 2-0 from, or maybe even a very dominant 1-0 to help with a score differential. I think there might be a chance for 5Ace to somehow qualify in the second slot.
I think at the base of it, their opponent right now, Onyx, just play a cleaner game altogether. Their ability to just again, move as a unit as they're taking the site has allowed them to take away at some of these games, even against Full Sense, who we were mentioning might not be the strongest team in Thailand, but still one of the better teams out there. And being able to 1-1 against them is still, in its sense, an achievement. And in comparison with 5Ace, when they were going up against Paper Rex yesterday, one of the biggest issues that I think they were really facing is without their ultimates to commit to fights, especially I think with Amenhola using that Viper of his, it really was difficult to basically claim or reclaim a site. This is where the problem for 5Ace is. Can they actually stop Onyx from getting into the sites? Can they get those proper trades in and again work together as a team? Because again, a lot of these issues that 5Ace have been expecting have all just been, again, just individual plays that they've been doing. It's not the teamwork that we were expecting from a team like 5Ace.
Yeah, and you know, you said before, Onyx, they've just been kind of on the rise. They've been rock solid, and even though that they hadn't really the cleanest victory up against Full Sense, the fact that they've really stuck it to Full Sense is just one of the examples of how good Onyx has been and how much on the rise they are. And they can only get better with more international experience. The more times that they show up on the stage here, the more times that they are in VCT, it's just going to add to their power levels as a team. But let's go ahead and dive into the game here. We're going into the second to last game of the day, and we've got 5Ace going up against Onyx. And gonna start off here in bind. It's no hesitation as they run, make a beeline towards that A side, starting off strong here. Double initiator from Onyx. On the other side, it's double controller for 5Ace.
Onyx not missing a beat already. They set up the utilities now. They're charging right in, and this guiding light basically gives a straight up path to a couple of entry frags. There was looking to be two people at the back of the A site, and now those people have all but diminished this. Oh, unfortunate. I think Amenhola was trying to go for that bounce on the molly, but it did not just hit the triple. And Spring, okay, we've talked about, we've ridiculed him or just a little bit of critiqued his play, and he's going to have some impact. Now left into the 1 versus 1. Severin is hurt already in the defuse. Can hear maybe his opponent, but never mind. Playing ring around the Rosie. Tries to jump up with the classic. Not going to happen for Amenhola, and Severin severs the ties from this world of existence. And that's going to be the first round for Onyx here.
Onyx with a very decisive take there. Onto that retake. You thought for a second that that full 5 ace, excuse me, were going to be able to come out on top. It did come very, very close to actually happening. And the defuse could have actually been half there. Amenhola just missing the last opportunity. And in the end, what really matters is that Onyx starts to build this lead. They start to build that momentum. 5 Spectres on the board. And, you know, Asarai, we're talking about these teams. We're talking about 5 ace. We didn't really see them as a very, very serious contender for the top spot. But I think what really matters for 5 ace at this point is that they make themselves known as not just the second best Hong Kong Taiwan team. They want to be seen as a serious contender, a serious threat to all the others, and what better group to do that in than in this group of death?
For sure, there's so much to be proven right now for Onyx, as this is their first time being in the Southeast Asia tournament of ours. Well, same can be said with 5 ace, but Onyx, I think, has more of a bit of a bang. And speaking of the bang, let me just use into that satchel charge. Monyet just spray transfers onto 2. This opens up the entirety of the site. Shen able to sneak out of the smoke, but only into the bracing hands once again of Monyet, fueling the showstopper to come up earlier than necessary. Nick Pan, he's been hitting a couple of the 6 shots. Okay, another dink, has to go for the reload, but never mind, as there was one still lurking inside the site. This is going to be Onyx with a fairly clean round, taking a bit of damage, but nonetheless a planned and a take on the site in, or rather, to boot.
Another nice take right there from Onyx as they once again assert their dominance. First time on A, second time on B, and it's looking like it's going. It wasn't exactly the cleanest of anti-eco rounds. They did drop a couple of members right there, but they'll be happy to take it in the end. So, like we said earlier, Asarai, it's going to be about can 5 ace prove themselves not just to the world, not just to the Hong Kong Taiwan community, but to the world, to the international community here in Valorant in Southeast Asia. That's a good way to start it off here on this buy round. A nice paint shell to come out that takes out Monyet, who was, like you said, quite a threat, especially with that showstopper coming up quite early in this game. That's 8 charges that he's already found this early on.
Some of those charges were orbs being taken on Shower. Problem was he had to pay with his life there with a bit of snake bite and counter paint shells being thrown by 5 ace. Bit of forces have rotated. Severin is just going to try to make some noise on bats. Maybe even figure out who's going to be in the site itself. Not really going to find anybody, just a couple of pop shots. And this doesn't give much for Onyx to play around with, but you do see that Onyx still do want to contest for B. The problem is that Esmin, kind of flunked that jump out though, but yeah, nobody was there to embrace him, so he's fine.
Yeah, to his good fortune, that little bit of a miff jump could have went the wrong way. Amenhola, nice kill right there with the judge, always very dangerous up in a close range situation, especially towards Huga. And Amenhola, he swaps out to the Spectre and is able to pick up another one while the rest of his team picks up the round. And that's going to be a great round for 5 ace. Very much convincingly taking their first buy round here. They lose a couple of players, sure, but what really matters is the rounds, rather. It's going to be a good start here for 5 ace.
That's the play for Onyx now. They have a lot of junk in their trunk. Not saying that their butts are big. It's more of they do have the utility that they can throw out a bit more.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a little bit thick, all right?
Bro, did I say that?
I like milkshakes that are thick.
Cannot lie.
I mean, it's okay, Asarai. We all know you've been putting on weight recently.
Yeah. It's okay. Body positivity and all of that, but that was positively disgusting from Spring as he sprung into action, denying the Elevation Nation onto the ace side with the Showstopper satchel play. What was that? Was he just sucked in out of nowhere? But
No, he
there's
got
no
tagged.
Astra.
He got tagged.
There you go.
As he was trying to boop himself ahead, he got slowed down by the snake bite, prevented, and he got tagged up by some sprays coming through. So that's a great pickup that denies the ultimate. So 8 charges amounting to nothing, and a weapon amounting to nothing here. So this could be a very, very beneficial round for 5-Ace. They are 2 players ahead right now. Onyx, they're going to have to dig deep and find a way to get onto this site. They haven't cleared off lamps just yet. Nick Pan is here. He's going to make his presence known with that satchel charge. Nice shot to land right there. It's only good for the 3. Somehow I was about to write him off, but no way, no how. Nick Pan closes out the round just like that. Second start to the right, and Nick Pan takes them far, far away.
Well, Pan for the view. Look at this transition, and they both just double stack line up onto him, and they take the collateral. My goodness, I was wondering if Nick Pan was going to be played as a sentinel, but seems like FA, they decided, you know what, Pan has been hitting all of his shots as of recent. He's been clutching out these 1vx scenarios, so why not just give him a much explosive role to try to deal with? And yeah, I guess this Raze up to his delight, and now he's the one who has a showstopper. He's the one who's edging in to just explode straight in the faces of Onyx and Spring. Well, we also are kind of writing this guy off from that last series that they played, but he's been hitting a couple of 6 shots as well here, Yuhuuy.
You know, that should be Nick Pan's tagline. Second start to the right and straight on till Radiant. You know, Peter Pan? But Nick?
Only watched the Robin Williams movie.
That's okay. Some people just like you. No chance. Robin Hood is not Peter Pan. I have no idea where you got that idea.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were... For some reason, my mind... Well, they both are wearing
Green
you know,
tights.
green tights. Speaking of tights, they're going to tightly knit into the site now. I mean, Hole is going to be holding it off. 29 HP, but he is still making the impact plays, leaving it into Risky MD. Well, to that of his name, definitely will be a tight-knit battle to try to just get into this A side, rather B side, with just the hand cannon in tow. Trying to clear some angles here, maybe looking for the close range, but nobody is looking for that. As he tries to drop into the site, the waterfall, Esmond just drinks it all, and that's going to be FA. A really good start to the round. It was only a 2 rounds that Onyx started, but FA's bringing it all the way back.
This is another example of a great hold here for 5-Ace, and they're just constantly putting up the numbers. I think impressing everybody with their solid performance right now. FA is definitely much better than we've seen them before. I already think, even just in this past game, they have improved. This is a league apart from what we've seen them when they played in the grand finals. Icebox, up against CBT, even from the games yesterday from Victoria. So already this is a marked improvement. I'm hoping to see that trend continue here, but still, gun round is coming up, 5v5. 3 ultimates up for both of these teams as they try to slowly creep their way up on that A side.
And lots of emphasis to get control on A for Onyx here. But they're not really expecting FA to just play far back, but not far back enough that they can take free control of this crucial point. Severin has activated his ultimate, although Nick Pan, fearless leader of FA here, just charges out, reckless abandon. But you know what? That recklessness has actually found him about a couple of kills, although Risky MD able to pick the slack up with a couple of multi-kills on his own right, taking a bit of the wall bangs. Gotta be careful now, backs away first, and there's one playing on the bench, although gotta be careful because the guiding light is gonna be there. Shiro is hiding in plain sight, but finally spotted. That's going to be the retake for FA. Onyx, they could have brought it back, but Nick Pan really shook the bed there as he just slammed it down with the Razel.
What a great hold yet again. Nick Pan using Showstopper to full effect. The moment he hears a couple of footsteps, they didn't really have the best line of sight. In the end, it still works out for him as the sound cues were enough to secure him a double. And even though it got a little bit expensive, again, they will be more happy to take away these rounds. 5 ace. They're pretty much dominantly in the lead. A lot of economy being built up. A couple players over 7,000. And Onyx side, just looking for scraps off the table at the moment.
We'll see if these scraps will be something. Sometimes it's enough to just give you that quick burst of energy. But something that's been an issue right now with Onyx is, again, I was mentioning how they're able to just translate very close quarter combat into their advantage, but the big problem is I think the A side just a bit too heated for them. Now they tried to at least try to go for B. There's going to be Hayonef to charge right in, using Shiro as a bit of a battering ram, and he gets a couple of kills, whiffing the blades on the second, and Amenhola not missing a beat to go for the punish. Spikes is going to get dropped down, and Severin, he's been lurking somewhere on A, but now he tries to at least enforce his will on the B side. Down to 3, he's going to be out in no man's land, and Munyet has to dig him out of his hole, but the shots to connect, beautifully executed, just the Sheriff, but it's proving to be a costly round here for FA. Gotta be careful, but at least Munyet now does not have anything to flush the back of the side. Maybe just his satchels, but they're not the buff satchels as before. They're pretty damn nerfed, and well, Munyet gotta play as close as possible. 20 seconds. He's closing the distance here, Elu, and is about to get founded out. That's gonna be it. And again, FA, 5 rounds in.
Yeah, just too many angles to check there, and even though there was low HP on Amenhola and YH Chen, it's just too many angles and too many players still alive. And with the Sheriff, sure, it's doable, but with the amount of time that was left for him to work those angles, didn't really favor his chances in the end. Still, it was a very good and expensive round for Onyx. 5 ace. They are looking surprisingly on form. Now, they've taken a little bit of a hit towards their economy, but yet again, they've managed to stabilize everybody here almost above 5,000. Only Esme dropping to 4,800. They're going to be happily buying within the next 2 rounds, regardless of whether they lose or not. It's a little bit of a aggressive push by Severin. He's dropped to 28 HP after barely seeing anyone. Amenhola's in the bane of their existence towards their B side. Again, getting a pick off before he goes down. Still able to forward though. Happening right now for Spring as he does manage to get a pick off and falls back with that dismiss. Greatly timed here as the spike goes down. They relinquish the side, but flash and a double peek coming up right there from 5 ace, perfectly timed, and that's going to be the backup one after the other. Nick Pan closes out the round, stylishly done by 5 ace, clean retake.
The idea was there. They knew that A was, again, a bit too much of a hot zone for them to really handle, whether it's out from short or bats that they're going to try to overwhelm the A side. They might be able to plant the spike as the dust settles, but the big problem there is they just lose too many. So they try to go for the B. What's good about that is they've already expended Shen's Viper's Pit on A short. Yeah, they can actually bypass that for sure. He's going to have maybe a teammate or two that's going to be there. The B side, however, it was a good enough trade. They were able to plant the spike down, but the hold from Hayonef, a little bit questionable. He got baited to just shoot down the boombot, and 3 people from FA just basically looking into his own regard. And as you mentioned, because Spring is on that arena, his ability to peek out and punish is so powerful. He can go low risk, high reward in that regard because of the Empress being active or just being arena in general. Get a kill, get a dismiss, and then back away, and it's all good in the hood, and FA just kind of gobbles through all of that advantages.
I like that. I like the decision from Amenhola to go for that charge. But I like that ultimate even more from Munyet. That allows them a little bit of a breathing space here on the site. Double entry for Munyet. Will be traded out by Nick Pan with another double. Will fall back into the waiting arms of his teammate. He will be healed up by Esmond right there. That's the beauty of having a Sky on your team. Doctor will be here to patch you up. As as we do now resume into this 3v3 scenario, Spike will not go down just yet. They want a little bit of a better foothold towards that A site before they even begin to consider that plan. Nick Pan is going to miss that opportunity for the headshot, but he's able to drop down Severin very, very low. He's on to 14. Esmin gets one, though, finishes the job for his teammate. Now it's a 3v2. Ashiro and Rizky MD, the only ones left standing, swinging wide from the corner, and yet again, perfection on the retake for 5-Ace.
The Cosmic Divide might have actually not have worked in the favor of Onyx. First and foremost, it could block the sound out. It could maybe block FA. But because they did that, it actually put them in a spot where Onyx was looking where FA was going to be coming from. They didn't know that Amenhola was already flanking hard on A short, and they basically left themselves guessing after the Cosmic Divide was used. And now Onyx here, they're going to be forcing themselves, or not really forced, but calling out the timeout because they need to know what's been happening that's not really meshing well. They're getting the sites, yes, they're able to get the positive trades, but the post plans is where they kind of falter a little bit here. Look at that, Yuhuuy. With FA's, how many is this? 7 rounds? 3 of them have been straight up defuses, and 4 just basically no site, no plant done.
Two of those, Aserai, of course, were on those ecos as well. The only round being the 3rd round, being that actual full gun round win. So yeah, you are absolutely right on that. And I do also have to point out, Nick Pan has his ultimate again. This is like, what, the 3rd time he's had it in the previous couple of rounds, and it's only round 10. He is racking up those charges. He's not even going for the orbs, mind you. He is just getting them off the kill. Sorry, I think this is the 2nd time he's added up, and it's very quick in succession here. Now, the reads from FA, they've been very good. Amenhola, pointed out again and again, the amount of control that he's able to take in hookah just stifles any push from FA because they haven't cleared that area, they haven't cleared that map control because they have been holding it so defiantly. This one hook, this one smoke plus judge setup here towards hookah has been proving to be so difficult to deal with. Oh, now they hear it. Will they push into it? Oh my god, he still gets one somehow. He gets flashed off, and finally it's a trade, but still the damage has been done. It's just the judge that's been out of the equation, but Severin is managing to bring it back and get 2 picks and take us to a 2v4. This is the best chance that Onyx has had in a while to actually win a round.
Well, A-side is not going to be their friend. They try to go once again for the B, and as you mentioned, I mean, Holdo was palming a couple of the shots with the Elder Flame Dragon Judge there, and well, his ability or his position exposed that definitely gave more cues for Onyx to go about this. HeyNF not picking the back of the site anymore, and he's holding hard at Tube, and it works effectively. That's going to be the 3-7. Onyx looking a little bit sharper, but they still have a few rounds to go, though it seems like their B-side takes have been a bit more successful here. A couple of the trades there, but as you saw in the replay, they just need to clear the sites out with their utility. Make sure that Amenhola's judge is null and void. If they just use a boom bot and a flash, it's all going to be good in the hood.
I like the way that they went about that round, Onyx. They know that they've been sort of slacking off on controlling hookah. And this time, Amenhola, sure, he's able to get one and take a punish on that. But regardless, he's going to keep doing it again. This is a little bit of a interesting strategy here for FA because they're going to do the exact same thing without backing up anyone, sending anyone to reinforce that hook position. So instead, Amenhola knows his position is vulnerable. He's going to play on site instead. Now, Flash coming in here. Onyx looking to straight up hit their way towards that B site. They've already taken control over hookah, and they also have a couple of ultis to work with. Seekers will spot out Amenhola. He doesn't get the kill, but his teammates will back him up. They haven't dealt with him. They're trying to spray him through that wood, but it won't matter because everybody from 5-Ace has already come and swarmed onto this side. The quick rotation pays off for the defensive side right now, as it only leaves the 2 S's on the Onyx side, that Shiro and Severin, to somehow make something possible. And that shock dart came very close to taking out his life here. Will jump up on above, and fortunately, the Amenhola actually wasn't there. Trying to jump up again, but Spring is right there for the double, finishing off the round. 4 kills for him.
Spring was clean in the defense there. First and foremost, Severin's ultimate was good. They should have just waited possibly for the Seekers to, well, it's in their namesake, seek their opponents, because it sunk down underneath Hookah. They should have known that Amenhola was somewhere lurking beyond the depths, but the problem there was, I think, Bonyet a bit too trigger happy to just get into the site. The problem was they've adjusted Spring to actually play on the B site now. And as they were in transition, the eye kept everybody busy and blinded all at the same time. And it really helped the defense for FA, because as Onyx was struggling to, well, maybe follow the Seekers or look through the back of the site, the eye for the Lear was not getting shot too quickly enough. Esmin, oh my goodness, he's just about to go for the peak of his life. Only gets good for the one kill, but Amenhola just charges right out. Again, the reckless abandon, but who the hell cares as he just hits time and time again with the judge, and they come in guns blazing, but his blazes a bit more. Oh.
That just ain't right. That Amenhola gets 3 kills with the judge. It's a really strong weapon in the right hands. And case in point, Amenhola. Jeez. He's trying to spray through, finding risky MD, and that forces him to push out of position. 14 HP on him. It's another great read here for 5ace as they secure a 9-3 halftime score. I don't know about you, Asura. I'm thoroughly impressed with what I'm seeing here from 5ace.
Dude, this is a different 5ace that we saw from the other day. Coordinated. They exactly knew what they had to do on their defending side, and Amenhola has been unleashed. I mentioned it already here, man. Nick Fan and Amenhola, they started things strong, and Shiro, who is their duelist, is starting to pop off, and this has kind of started a pulse for 5ace here, a heartbeat in their tournament, in their particular group. They might be able to get themselves a first point, possibly even a second. Sticking to in advance here, but this first game really looking in their favor. Now, flip the switch, change the sides, we go back to the second pistol.
If the pistol round from the previous half is any indicator, then we're probably going to see some hyper-aggressive plays from one of these squads, and it looks like it's shaping up to be just that. Onyx looking to go full aggressive here towards middle. 5ace, they're ready for it. The double peek right there from the side. Esmin's almost able to get one, but in the end it leaves us in a 2v2. Spike will be dropped but recovered eventually, as 5ace, they do have a clear path to make a beeline towards that A site. Nobody here because they just got 3 kills. Dismantling anybody else who was on it, that gives them the confidence to go ahead that plant, but they still have to find and figure out how to deal with Monyet and Severin.
Last player standing.
Well, Severin was already extremely low, so there wasn't really much time for him. I wonder what Monyet was doing with that quick little flick that he was trying to do left and right. I understand that the idea there is to spot your opponent if they're coming in from all corners since you're trying to get that info, but sometimes you just have to double down and look straight into your pre-aim. In any case, FA making a good enough case that they are still a team that is worthy to be here in Southeast Asia, and Onyx that looked so good on their yesterday match against Full Sense has all but kind of lost their luster, at least here in Bind.
I'm going to agree with you completely. This is looking like a different Onyx and a different FA here. Nice flash out, and they get an aggressive pick on this force buy round. Onyx, they don't want to let things slip too far, so they're going to try to go ahead, try to invest in that buy right now. They're going to get caught off guard here, 5ace. And I do have to reinforce this, Asterai. Paper Rex are 2-0 currently in their series that they've played. Onyx and Full Sense are 1-1. 5ace need at least one here. And if Onyx take a loss against 5ace, this just puts them in a very, very difficult spot, because that just means that they'll have to compete with Paper Rex, who have 3 points, and Full Sense, who are at 1-1. So a 2-0 is what Onyx need to secure, well, not to secure, but to definitely help their cause in qualifying for the playoffs. But when you've got 5ace getting 4 kills like this, Amenhola, how the hell are you going to even get close to doing that?
There's a lot of things that is probably going in the heads now of Onyx. One of those, as you mentioned, they need to get that 2-0. But as of this particular round, that was a gamble for them because they went straight into the forced buy. And speaking of forced buy, I think they're doing it once again. I think they know now that they can't really give up any more rounds.
Yeah.
And if they just lose basically the last or this round, it's all going to be over for them. So they try to go for this incredibly risque buy and hope that it works out well. The problem now is I think they're trying to take too much map control with weapons that don't really allow that to happen, especially when FA are waiting for the lurks to commence, like this one from Aminhola.
Is it a sexy buy, Asarai? You just called it a risque buy, so...
Sorry, I added a little bit of...
A
I don't know.
to the risky.
Yeah.
Now it's a sexy force buy. Okay, I'll take that. I wish
Hey
my
man,
buys
if they
were
win the round, it's as sexy as can be. You know?
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. But Aminhola, okay, he got caught off right there looking for the push. And even though he knew that they were coming, nobody came to back him up. Spring, get a good pick up right there onto Shiro. And forces back, KNF, excuse me. And the double swing out right there for Risky MD. Calculated aggression coming up from Onyx, making this force by very much risque.
They're hearing the footsteps as well, as KNF didn't really back up or retreat at B. So they know it's a full send on the B side. Movements now for Onyx is that they're going to try to go around this. HNF a bit too early on the rotate. He has to wait for his teammates first because everybody from Onyx is hella injured. At least probably the good thing about them is their opponents, FA, they don't really have that many utility, but they got the weapons, they got the shields. So this is going to be risky. Oh, the timing on the peak, it could not be much better. It's only one left onto Chen and HNF. The trigger discipline, he spotted him, but he didn't challenge, waiting for his teammates to do the impact first. And Onyx, their gamble has finally paid off in dividends.
I wouldn't call it entirely a gamble because they know that they couldn't give away any more rounds. And they didn't want to play for overtime because that would mean that they would have to have the perfect game. But I do agree with you, Asarai, that it definitely worked out. And I like what Onyx brought to the table in that last round. Calculated aggression, a little bit towards B, and when they felt resistance there, the people from FA were holding a little bit backwards. They go for the aggression, the double peek towards Showers. That nets them the kills that they actually did need to win that round. Although partially it was 5ace getting caught off guard. And 5ace, they have a lot of rounds to figure out how Onyx plays on this defense. And now, trying to shape up towards that Showers area. Will they get caught off by this aggression yet again?
Onyx has been a team that really enforces shower or baths control just because they want to get maybe teams who always are so comfortable getting the orb here in transition. It could be something, and as you mentioned, it should be something to try out. Shiro is baiting his life from Monyet, who is just at the other corner here.
Yeah.
But they still haven't really done much. The nade to come out there as well. Shiro's about to get a hit, but Aminhola is gonna just try to deal with the first lurker. Didn't know there was a second. And is that a signal for FA? Just straight up go for the A side through this Viper utility? Okay.
It looks like it because they're just barreling their way in. And Monyet is able to hold the line for now. He's going to be snake bitten off, but will actually be allowed to survive for a second longer up until KNF is able to get that kill right there onto YH. And now Nick Pan will follow it up onto Shiro. Nick Pan has been amazing, but with 21 HP. 10 onto HNF, excuse me. Can they actually do this here? Nick Pan, beautiful work. Circumventing that cloud burst right there. Now he's in a 1v1 in close range. This might actually work in his... Nope, not in his favor as Risky MD just gets the timing off, and that's going to allow Onyx another round. Still a long way to go to even consider the idea of a comeback, but this is a good sign for Onyx.
3 bullets in the chamber there for Nick Pan as well, so he had to try to make something happen. The problem was, as he mentioned, there was really no fear for Risky MD to just go straight close into Nick Pan, just because he knows that it's a one-hit headshot, one-hit body shot either way. Like, if he can get a body shot onto Nick Pan, he wins. If he gets headshot by Nick Pan wins. So it really was either one or the other. But Onyx, hold on. This is going to be FA's save round. And this is where Onyx starts to build that economy, starts to build the overall rounds for themselves.
Which is what you need on the defensive side here. They actually even go for an operator and actually go try to put where's Shiro at? He's gone all the way in bathrooms. Actually, that's a lot of map control that they have, knowing that A side is pretty much clear. This just means that everybody's gearing around towards that B side. KNF is looking for it. He spots out Nick Pan, and Nick Pan's all alone. There's no one to back him up here. On the other side, however, Wyatt Shen, he's gonna get that pick off to the other side, and somehow he's found two. All right, punishing the push here, and Severin gets a spike drop as he gets a double kill. KNF is right there with another, and that's going to leave it all up into the hands of Wyatt Shen, who's mad. Okay. Through the wall. Third kill.
He probably saw the recon dart there, but
yeah,
that
he saw it. He knew the lineup, but that was still sexy. That was dirty.
It was
in a good way.
30 seconds left.
I mean,
you'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Asarai?
Yeah, I'm a dirty boy.
Please never say that ever again in your whole life. Please.
Hey, you started it, man. Anyways. We'll see who finishes it. If it's going to be Chen, who's seemed to be on fire in this round. KNF finally catches him as he was going a bit sneaky peeking the back of the site, you know, being a sneaky Sally or a sneaky Sam, but finally able to flush him out Freddy. And that is going to be another round for Onyx. A bit costly, but they were able to build a bit of economy now. But FA, this is the true test for Onyx as they got themselves a buy round. And it seems Onyx, their decision to go about this is straight up just equip Shiro with an operator.
The operator didn't really work for them that much in the previous round, but what it did is it allowed them the confidence to actually go and take bathroom controls all on their own, which netted them pretty much a lot of great map control towards that short because there was a double push coming on top of that push towards shower. So it's a good sign of confidence, but they did make it a little bit risky. The false sense of security allowed Wyatt Shen to get a double pick off, but Shiro getting one, and Monyet, that's the second time a showstopper has just been swatted out of the air towards mid there.
It was a gravity well to start everything off too.
Yeah.
He was trying to just satchel over it, but you got to respect there is some verticality to the suction of that gravity well. Oh, Shiro's just about to hit almost on the straight face of Esmond, but he doesn't connect that. Has to back off first now, for now. But he's going to be holding Adamant outside of showers. Got to be careful because this is still a pretty expensive weapon. You want to save this for as much as possible, and Esmond left to clutch on his own. The lone wolf, well, a bit of a growl there. Cannot turn into a howling clutch. And, well, Onyx, they go in for the convenience store, 7-Eleven.
That is flawless from them. And this is the point where 5-Ace need to start worrying a little bit. I think a tactical pause actually might be in order here because this is starting to get a little out of hand, and we're starting to consider the idea of a comeback now being very much possible. It is always possible here with Onyx on the table. They are very much known to be able to do this and capable of. On an eco round, however, 5-Ace, they can do some damage. They have one Phantom and Wyatt Shen. I imagine that's there just to be able to cripple and get some kills here. Nice push towards mid. Severin makes short work of the two players here. Completely blindsiding and dismantling 5-Ace as he picks them out one by one. Looking for the ace, has to get it, and it's gonna be the ace right there for Severin on the anti-eco. Well played to get, I think, the first round in this series. I mean, the first ace in the series, and one of the only, I think the only ace that we've seen the second ace that we've seen today.
Yeah, I think there was one during day one that we saw in Ascent. Can't remember which team that was, but yeah. Anyways, also something to point out as well. When Onyx went up against Full Sense from yesterday's matches, as we are just witnessing his Severin's Warpath push on mid here, there was a point where Onyx only had 2 rounds, and they were like a 2 versus 2 to 5 against Full Sense. So Onyx do have that ability to have to have a mental to play from behind even when rounds are a bit far from being even. And it kind of shows here that they're able to again kind of grind their way slowly but surely to equalize up against FA, and it seems like it is working for them. Bit of a timeout, wondering if it was the tac pause or the tech pause. Seems it's going to be the latter, but yeah, at least this does give some time for Onyx to get themselves a little bit more locked and loaded at how to bring the rounds back. 3 more, and they've, again, just matched up with FA once again.
Look at this, though, from Onyx. They have 4, almost 5 ultimates, actually, if Shiro can get a pick and an orb. That's a lot to deal with if you're FA. And you have a Viper Spit, which is actually really great for them because it can completely nullify. I think what FA need to do here is to start playing very, very slowly. I mean very slowly. They have 2 controllers. They need to start utilizing, get that map control, try to scout out, try to figure out where Shiro is playing. Either try to pick him off with the double peek, force him off those angles. Because with the way that their composition works, it's all about taking map control and making themselves and utilizing it to the fullest of extent. However, they haven't really been playing to that form as of late. They have been getting caught off and getting picked off individually, whether by the op of Shiro or whether by the place of Severin.
I don't think Shiro has actually hit an op shot just yet, but
he has.
Really?
Yeah, it was off camera, but it was the first pick of the previous round.
Well,
oh no, the 2 rounds before that, yeah.
But either way, I don't think it has been the biggest thing, but it has added to putting the pressure on FA. Because I think the mentality for you now is you're trying to play away from the operator. Now they know Shen is going to be flushing out the corner, but he's not really expecting the double push out from Mon yet. Esmond lines it up as the snake bite actually keeps him a little bit unawares. This overextension from Onyx has actually put Mwanya, one of their top fraggers, down for the count, and Onyx is gonna, rather Shiro's just gonna have to deal with this, waiting for his opponent first to come out, and he only has the operator. This is so difficult for a sniper to try to fend off, especially somebody who don't have the mobility in Shiro. Okay, he's holding onto the knife's edge. Never mind, here's the knife himself. It's all the blade and daggers, and Onyx still strive true, and that is gonna be the 9-11. That could have been a devastating round, but Shiro, a rock, he's able to just hold on for dear life and actually resuscitate the round for Onyx.
That should have been a round for 5-Ace. The moment that Onyx ran the exact same play towards A and got punished for it, that was a 5-Ace round. But somehow with the heroics of Shiro, like you mentioned, they barely even had to use any ultimates. Only the Seekers really getting used up here. Really puts a, I'd say, halt on the progress that 5-Ace have been trying to make. They do have a couple of ultis to work with here, and that could prove interesting in the next round. I imagine we'll try to save them for the next one, but it's starting to be very concerning. I really think a tactical pause has been in order a few rounds ago because they're getting mowed down. Just like this, Shiro and Severin, wherever they go, they win the duels. They're taking map control. Sure, they lose one, but someone's right behind them for the trade.
It's a dynamic duo of Jet and the Sky here. You can always just dip in and dip out of the fights and the flawless round. And Onyx, they're knocking on FA's door. It's just one more round again till we go to hit that 11-11. And look at the kill score here. Elu 20, 12, 14. It was looking single digits when we started the first half, and now we've gone topsy-turvy, and FA, they're losing luster. Actually, they've lost luster. They need to bring this back. Look at the stats at the bottom. Not a single round after those 2 rounds in the second.
How many rounds is that? 3? I think it was 8 rounds that they've won in a row. 8 or 7, and that's just really a tough thing to come back from, mentally speaking and literally everything speaking. But how are you going to handle this if you're 5-Ace? They are getting caught off by aggression. They're getting caught off, and look at how far back they're forced to play. I said I like the idea to sort of wait and try to punish, and they have been getting the punishes. But I think their mid-round reactions have been a little bit readable, because once Onyx were punished, Onyx were ready for the re-aggression there and the repositioning as quick as that. So I really think FA, once they get a punish, they maybe need to push onto a different side. The last time they got a double punish onto A, they just went straight for it, and that actually went against them in that round. So with this, I do think a change of pace is in order. Shiro is looking for that pick there towards Shower. He fires off a shot, but he doesn't actually land.
Oh, this would actually be really good, because now they made so much noise on A that there's still nobody on the B side. And that is so smart. They are able to basically leave HNF to fend for himself. Severus is going to be holding it off, but those Seekers have done their job and then some. Monyet comes in from the teleporter and basically stops FA from having any form of control other than the site itself. Shiro is going to have a pinata of a time as everybody's still trapped here. Severin waiting for the rest of its teammates, and this should be a cleanup unless Spring comes back to life. And oh my, FA, they did the job. I love it. They cut noise, making sure that A site was where the forces, the attention of Onyx was, and Onyx never really got any more map control outside of Hookah. And you saw that they sent 3 members to mid, whether it's somebody lurking, they could get a kill, and they waited for that close quarter combat to make sure that Seekers can get first contact as quickly as possible. It was a little bit risky, but it paid off in the end, 10-12.
The idea there for Onyx was to, once HNF actually heard the footsteps, the teleport place would come in. But there were no footsteps. A good pickup, however. At the start of the round, Sheer is able to line up a double. And dry peeking the upper like that. I think this round is pretty much done here. Having said that, we've seen a couple of surprises, and Shiro, knowing that he has full reign over bathrooms right now, can go for more aggression if he wants to, and in fact, he will. Trying to get even closer and closer. Amenhola, nice shot from him. Might not expect HNF, who's just round about that corner here. Could be a quick flank. No anti-flank for this team, so definitely going to be a problem. Shot coming through. That's going to stop the Trailblazer in its path, though, but it's not going to stop him from re-peeking.
ENF is waiting so hard outside of market here. He's been patient. He's been pushing a lot more. And, we might hit deja vu here. Thankfully, there are no Seekers.
Yeah.
But it seems like FA have decided rather to go for B left. Since they're lacking in terms of the number. They need to kind of compress where they're going to rush out. And since A is the way to go, it's going to be about it. But this is going to be difficult because first and foremost, there's still a gravity well. There's still a paint shell. And even through that orbital strike, this is going to be risky to say at the least. Esmond will be able to open up the site with just a flash. But that doesn't leave much for Amenhola to try to deal with. He's going to just try to wrap around, look to try to save this weapon, but he's pincered, rocking a hard place, corner pinch. HNF, he wants to push, and now it's just 5 seconds. Amenhola, yeah, the timing couldn't have been better, but still, the risk of the round for FA is still there. They're match point, but Onyx, they're so close to pushing it into overtime.
Onyx know that this is the game that they need to get a 2-0 in. There won't be many chances, especially in the group of death. Amenhola has been doing quite well, but it seems like he has been slowing down. He's been getting the pickoffs earlier on, and especially on the other side, but now it's been the Shiro show, who's been getting pick after pick after pick, going aggressive towards bathroom. Now the response of 5 Ace is to go ahead and try to punish that off. Now they get information, they know that people are playing close, and instead, it's going to be Onyx to go full aggression towards that B site. They've actually gotten all the way back here. The Viper's Pit, a little bit of a Hail Mary play, but it's going to be enough to help them get onto that site for now. They have a flank working on the side of Onyx, however, as they do begin that pincer move. This hesitation could prove to be lethal from them, as the spray from Monyet is able to get blind too. And that's going to net them a double kill at the very start of it without even having seen anyone. The Viper Spit is still up, however, so this could prove a little bit difficult to work with, and I take that back. Because right now, they're currently melted away Monyet with the 4K to bring us to overtime and a flawless victory here for Onyx, making the impossible somehow possible.
That was a deceptive play there from FA. You'd think if you use the Viper Spit, you're gonna be safe to just come into the site, but because they started throwing out their utilities, their abilities, it was a ghosting though for Monyet to just spray hard on the entrance to Baths. And again, FA, because they don't have a Sage, and by this I mean just because they don't have a wall to block out pop shots from that smoke, it was such an easy shooting gallery for, again, Monyet. I mean, a deceptive play, my dude.
The thing with that play, Astra, is there's only really one way that you can come out from. And sure, the Viper Spit obscures their vision, but all Monyet had to do was just blind fire through it. Because Showers, it's not the biggest of exits, Astra.
Yeah.
If four of you, crowd that area, someone's bound to get hit, and that's exactly what happened.
And they made so much noise.
They did.
If they tried to like slow push it, and Onyx could actually second guess themselves and maybe not have tried to challenge. Yeah, exactly. Right? Because there is some time with the Viper Spit, the Viper doesn't have to be inside of it. I think like 15 seconds before it dissipates. And that's a lot of time for FA to wrap around. And you said it already. There was some flankers as well. Maybe FA could have just doubled back, but they doubled down on the ultimate itself and paid the ultimate price just because there's just nothing that stops from, again, Monyet with pop shooting. Anyways, FA here, they're going to be in a bit of a tussle. Okay, Esmond, he's been playing topsy-turvy, back and forth in the smoke. They spotted Risky MD lurking on elbow, but that's going to be a futile attempt. And FA, what a quick succession in that defense. And now they're match point once again.
FA with advantage overtime. One round away from making this very, very, very difficult game number one. Tedious to say the least for both of these teams, as the difficulty of it. Exciting for us, I'm sure, but both of these teams, definitely they don't want to be here in overtime. They wanted a little bit of a cleaner victory, but regardless, Onyx, they have clawed their way, found themselves here in this overtime. Now, what can they do? Both of these teams have found so much success on their defensive side. How can they recreate it? Nice shot from Shiro. No possibility for the trade, despite the fact that they go for the double peek. He's still unpunished. Severin getting tagged up. 6 HP onto him. No way to heal him up. Flash is not good enough. Neither will be the tag. Severin, with 6 HP, comes out on top of Spring, expecting no one around that corner. And this is already the big flank coming up here from Monyet. They're just reading each other. It's a game of cat and mouse. There's the 3 remaining players here from FA. Scramble for an ounce of map control because none of it is going their way. Look at this. Monyet could just have the right angle. Oh, nobody's going to check him.
You know, with our perspective, this seems like everything is vacuum for me. But the timing on these players is so minute that it looks incredibly sus, but it's just the experience and right from the looks of it, hella hard on the communication side. Now, we've left Esmond and Shen to go, but as you said, Monyet was already on the big lurk, and since they don't really have any noise complaint on the B side, it's going to be A once again, and the Exterminator has done its work. Monyet once again, the monkey see, monkey do, second overtime. And look, a banana!
We're not being offensive to Monyet. That's actually what his name means. If you guys don't know Monyet, it means monkey in Bahasa.
Yes, it is. Legit. And we know this. We Googled it.
Yeah, this is why they're so strong on the defensive side, because there's a little banana snack there towards that spawn, isn't there?
Banana and milk. That's a good mix.
Yeah, it's healthy, isn't it?
Yeah. Calcium and then potassium.
It's really...
It's the Ciums.
It's really going to be all about who can break the defensive side first, because the defensive side here has just been unstoppable for both of these teams. And the answer for that, to get close to... disgusting shot right there from Monyet. Getting the timing right onto Esmond. They still have to deal with Spring, who has buried himself toward the back of the site. He's got reinforcements coming. They have not secured elbow, so they're going to be vulnerable from it to some extent here. The spike is yet to be committed as well, because they're still waiting around for the potential of a flank. Severance hanging around in the back, hoping to catch somebody up, but there's nobody there. Everybody's here towards that back of the site, which is very, very much at risk at the moment, but up until Spring is able to get one here, they still have to deal with him. In a 1v3, it's not going to happen. And finally, they've broken the deadlock. Onyx has found the decisive blow here up against the defenders. Can they recreate it again?
Match point.
That was so smart. Like, they had so much time. If somebody, you know, from chat, why are they planting? They still had so much utility, and they were waiting for Severin to go and help them out. First and foremost, a flash as defenders will be coming into the site itself is going to be hella crucial. And they still had Shiro, who had both of his recon abilities up. Both the recon dart and the Sova drone gave ample time and ample information to Onyx as to what they need to be doing. And honestly, Monyet, he basically did a monkey style on elbow there, jumping hard and chasing wild onto FA's, I believe that was Esmond, that was stuck in elbow. And finally, Esmond, who was pretty good in that defense in the first overtime round, not going to be good to connect in the second one. And Onyx, they flipped the switch, they flipped the script, and it's going to be them and match point.
5A's have... It's been the story of their tournament, hasn't it? Just to come so close and yet to fall short at the very last. It's heartbreaking, to say the least, if they lose here. They'll definitely want this victory to boost their spirits, because even with their games against Paper Rex, they did amazing, but never enough to actually secure a victory here, just taking a loss up until the very last point. They're having trouble closing out games, even with a massive advantage.
FA, here it is. Everything but the kitchen sink being thrown onto the A site. Nick Pan waited for the gravity well, but, well, that's not going to be too well for him. Severin into the corner of this smoke. This could be big if that Viper drops. Severin still pushes in through this.
Spike down.
Oh no, the
A.
damage be done. Chen and Amenhola left with their own devices. A miss on the flick, and this could be possible. KNF on the big flank now. Severin in the back of the side. 2 versus 1. 2 again. And Amenhola left by his lonesome, and oh no. Yeah, his pincered, 1 back, 1 forth, and here we go, moving forward. Onyx take the first game. Yes, ladies and gents, that's the first game.
That was a hard-fought comeback, and well-deserved right there from Onyx. 5Ace, they... Such a massive improvement for their team, and especially on their map pick. Just showing everybody why they deserve still to be here and see challengers, and I think that's not in question now. To go toe-to-toe with teams like Onyx, to get close to almost taking them up against Paper Rex, these are not easy things to do. And I think at the end of the day, despite the fact that they haven't picked up a win just yet, 5Ace should still be proud of what they've accomplished.
Yeah, I think 5